Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing, everyone? I'm gonna play a little more. Maybe solve some new clues, puzzles, etc., etc. So I was looking through my pictures of a new clue, and I noticed that we have. Let me pull them up right now. We have the clue that says specifically talking about the suspects. On the one page, it says where's the page with the memos? At the end. So the blue memo says the suspect is minor. M-I-N-O-R. And we know that's true. So the suspect is a child because there's children on the list. Then we have a red memo that says the suspect is major. And it's handwritten, so we know this is true. But I think it's major, which means small name in Eurasian. And then lower down on that page, the suspect is a key. And I don't know what a key is, but on the list of suspects, minors, Richard Scott, age 12, Sandra Dillon, age 14, Bo Lee, age 16, Charles Riskel, age 12. So that narrows that down to those four. And then the next clue is the subject is major, translated, which means small name. So maybe it's Bo Lee, B-O, and then L-E-E. I don't know what to do with that. Suspect is a key. So I don't know. That's what I've come up with. I still don't know what to do with like the corner cases or dead cases pages. I don't know if those are just kind of meant to throw me off or if they're very much intentional. Also, the E in the word each looks super weird. And there's the thing, the clue that says, have you seen all the signs? And it has, I think, 10 dashes underneath it. There's 10 signs total, so maybe that just is what it means by the 10 dashes. But we got both a number sequence and a sequence of station names from that clue. But I'm not sure what to do with those, really. A battery pack and a wrench. Not my favorite. But if we do the wrench, maybe we can craft a lot of mechanical rooms today and try to get the rarity on those adjusted since we have the wrench. I still want to do like a run where I unlock a bunch of, or draft a bunch of mechanical rooms and then draft the mechanarium. So maybe I can try to do that. Dice. Yay. I love the dice. The E in the word each in a new clue kind of looks like 2 human bodies. I don't know. We still have a book we haven't read from the library though, and I would like to read that, I think. Ooh, security. Yes, commonplace. I also have a vault key in the coat check. So if we get the coat check, I should take that. I do have a key card today. So let's take the closed exhibit. No lockpick kit for me? I feel like you could break the lock off of this with a wrench, but that's fine. Chapel. Yeah, take my money. Trying to get as many of these as I can. Also, 1 second, sorry. As soon as I sit down at my desk, my bearded dragon sees me and decides he wants out, so he's tapping on the glass. 1 second. On the loose now, running around. He's such a brat, actually. Okay. All right, let's get this new book that we haven't read, Curse of Blackbridge. Is anything changed upstairs? I don't think so. Oh, there's the vault. Yeah. I don't remember what number the key was that we had found. I want to say it was 304. Maybe it was like 203 or something. I don't know. We'll find it or we won't. We'll figure it out. Alright. Up through security then. Let's try and get the coat check. Hopefully it won't give it to us immediately because we will block ourselves in. Yeah, sure. Box, no box. Yes, that's a good one. Yeah, I'll do that. So in my comments on my last video, somebody said you missed getting the full clue regarding East Bridge. But I don't know what the... Please pick up more fruit before Fridays. We've just been informed that we may have an extra guest. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. Yeah, I don't... If there's more to that clue on that paper, I don't know what it is. Let's do a math puzzle. What the fuck does that mean? Excuse me? I don't know what that means. What the hell? Let me look at these math worksheets again. Why the fuck is there a thin blue line in my dartboard? What? Is this not just, is it 15? It's not 15. Is it like the median of 15? Which would be like 7.5? No. Is it... It's not 51. We don't reverse it because we don't have that symbol in the middle. Are you meant to like flip it? Is it 9? No. Is it 1/3 of 15? Oh my god. Alright. 20 plus 1. Oh my god. Minus 11 is 10. Minus 5 is 5. Now 20 doesn't divide by 3. What the hell are y'all talking about? Or is it, we add it first, so it's 7? Oh my god. Alright, alright. We're getting silly. Getting real silly. All right. Hey, there it is. That's what I was hoping for. Retrieve item. Thank you. 233. Okay. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I don't know if y'all heard that noise or if Discord managed to like soften it out. It was a it was a funny toot noise and I was like, what is happening? And it turns out my husband was cleaning out a trumpet. It's not, I would never have guessed. Alright. Yeah, what happens if we power this unit? We'll have to see. It won't be today though. Let's do mailroom. We don't have to go in there. And I do not have a shovel today, so... Sorry. Okay. You have a door here. Let's see. I guess. Okay. Sure, I suppose. Silver key. I do love the silver key. I don't necessarily want to use it right here though. This makes me nervous because I only have one key. So I'm gonna spend the gems, I think. Just take the rotunda. If we could get the clock tower, that would be cool. Maybe we can get there at the right time. How many mechanical rooms do we have? I think we only have 2. Yeah, we'll just get some steps. Okay. Gross. There's no point in doing this because we're locked out if we do that. I still want to try and get the clock tower today. Let me read through this. Just really quick browse through it. Swimbird. I'd always challenged myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime, and so we ran out of books we owned. My imagination had to take over from there. Red Prince is based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red. Caleb Manning, that's our bud. The RLCF is the Children of Blackwater. Get the clock tower. I think that's my goal if I can get in here. Nope. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. We leave and go to the vault. Do I just This vault, I'm assuming it will have another passport in it. Oh right, forgot you guys were here. Oh, we don't have a sledgehammer. Shit. Ripperoonie. Okay. I was like, great, I'll get some keys. No. Money. An allowance token. Love. And a passport. Alright, this is the Fenary sigil. We've done that one. This one's compromised. Gray Daniels. Okay. I think we're done, friends. It's a break room somewhere, way up here. Alright, new library book tomorrow, hopefully. Maybe we'll get the magnifying glass in here. No. No, that would be too convenient. That's so silly of me to say that. Why would I say that? Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Sometimes there's an item in here. Not always. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try and get the library, and then we're gonna do a classroom run today and see if I can get the 9 classrooms. Alright. Great start. Oh, for a second I thought the magnifying glass was here. The Curse of Black Bridge. This was on the top of the postcard. Forward. The legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. Oh, lovely. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised at how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet, the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. The Berry Picker from Oris. Many, many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. Alright, I'm going to try and take loose notes on this book as we go through it. Curse of Black Bridge. Group of rogues called Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. Alright, Jesper. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the skies. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates, who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he had stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death, coming round the bend of my own drive and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not to be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them! I have only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far." Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "Uh-huh. A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." That just, I don't know. That stuck out to me. My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning. It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. "Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself." Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. "In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward." It was Jesper's time to smile. "Then let my efforts reward us both today." He raised the basket even higher. "A taste in memory of your youth, sir." The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket, and at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. "And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth." The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. "Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause. Though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me." Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. "Why have you no purse upon your person?" The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge to a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. "There's a lockbox in the carriage." "Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat." The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face were now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. "I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me?" Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. "If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency." Inside the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Arindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Ooh. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock that would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough, then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed, given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what, you mumbling agentor? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? What is agentor? The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace. He paused for effect. 12 more, and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days. Maybe more, given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do, to be discovered here? Beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked around him for a solution. And if by some stroke of luck the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Sorry, this is a long book. My throat's getting dry. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Blackbridge was the link between the Gentrylands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Orris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, suddenly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard sounds of approach. She touched her elbow and pointed up. And then she placed her palms flat on the floorboards. Ravia held up 2 bent fingers, and a few moments later 2 men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in unfamiliar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. So this was before the Fensurrection. Although not an everyday occurrence, the presence at Blackbridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the whole Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Oh no. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front 2 wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the Unholy Hounds came spilling forth from the earth, as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher, what a name, Jeffrey Heartslasher. And this girl's name is, there's Miller and Ravia. Okay. Jeffrey led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. What is that? It sort of looks like a flower, or like this end sort of looks like a glove. I can't tell what it's the shape of. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had always known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. It sort of looks like a bird there. I don't know. I really can't tell what it's supposed to be. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her. But even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek. And with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. Oh, shit. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Well. What a tale. What a tale indeed. Wow. Wowie zowie. Yeah. We're gonna need some extra gems today. Hello. There wasn't any goodies on these desks, was there? Okay. I had to check. Sometimes there's a hall pass. Keys. Oh. Dice is always good though. Someday I'll get to upgrade my den. Someday. Oh yes, nice. Yep. Right, this is teaching you about this puzzle. Take extra gems. Gonna need them to open up the classrooms. Ooh, the magnifying glass. Alright, cool. I'll go back and look at that book. The blue box is true. You will open this box and find it empty. One of the other 2 boxes is false. So rotunda means clockwise room. So I think rot means clockwise and tor means probably counterclockwise. Where are these stones? I don't know where that is meant to be. Yeah. Yay, dice. Sure, I guess. Fifth grade art class. I wanted to take that classroom, but I want to open up more of the map available to me, so 3 minus 1. Okay. 3 minus 1 is 2 times 6 is 12, which is, we've reversed that. We get 21 minus 2, 19. Take dice, please, for the future. I'm gonna try and re-roll this one if we don't get a classroom. Sixth grade. This is the one that teaches you about the war, right? Today. Still don't know what these mean. I think it's easier for me to figure out stuff. Like, I have pictures of these, so it's easier for me to figure out stuff by using the dartboard whenever we finally get presented with options, because then I can, like, check to see if my theories are right, you know? Seven, so we need 2 more classrooms. Kitchen. We need to make sure we save gems for them. Get the den. Oh. Yeah, let's go down first. Yay. Okay. You still have the passageway, so... Take the extra gems. Oh my god. Oh no. Final exam. This is giving me anxiety. Bro, what? Okay, we're gonna take pictures of all of these. Your exam has begun. You will now have 30 minutes to complete the next 18 pages of questions related to the curriculum covered over the previous 8 grades. Oh my god. If you do not know the answer to a question, skip it and come back later. This is an open book exam and you may use your notes and retrieve information from other rooms to help you as long as you complete the test within 30 minutes. After you have completed your exam, it will be graded remotely and results will be sent to you the following day. Sam left his house at 6 p.m. and drove 5 hours west and passed 8 flags. He then turned north at Tanner Fork and drove, oh my god, and drove 2 hours north and passed 4 flags of the same color before arriving at Trinsdale at noon. What color were the flags? Oh my god. Hold on, let me look at my notes. Let me look at my pictures, please. Sam left his house at 6 and drove 5 hours west and passed 8 flags. And then 2 hours north and passed 4 flags of the same color. Before arriving at Trinsdale at noon, what color were the flags? So he went really far west. And then a portion of the third of that distance north. And passed lots of flags. What? Drove 5 hours west. I feel like he's in Arindia. Black would be, it wouldn't be black. Red would mean they were in Arinda Aries. Yellow would mean, is yellow Arch Aries? Where's my book? Okay. Yellow is Arch Aries. No, yellow is Arch Aries. So maybe Arch Aries? It's Arinda or Arch Aries, I think. say it's arch, so I'm gonna say it's yellow. What color is most often associated with hallways? Orange. Which of the following would be the least patriotic room pairing? A bedroom in a Raja is good. Yellow in Arch Aries would be good. Red in Fen Aries would be good, so it would be green. What color is the fruit that gives you 3 steps when consumed? Bananas. Apples. Red apples give you 2. Green apples give you 5, I think. 5 minus 5 times 2 is 0. 5 times 2 is 10. Plus 2 is 12 times 2 is 24. 5 minus 2 is 3 times 5 is 15 plus 1 is 16 minus 5 is 11. 10 times 4 is 40 divided by 5 is 8 minus 4 is 4. 1 minus 4 is negative 3 times 2 is negative 6 plus 7 is 1. 3 minus 4 is negative 1 times 8 is negative 8 divided by 2 is negative 4, right? I forget. Negative 8 divided by, yeah, negative 4, and then plus 5 is 1. Which element on the periodic table is represented by its carbon? Which element appears in the periodic table directly below helium? Oh my god. I do have a picture of helium is He, so it's Ne. Which of the following is not a real element found on the periodic table? Mount Holly. Mt. That one's on there. HO. Doesn't seem familiar. Oh, that one's on there too. LL or Y. Which element on the periodic table is represented by AG? It's argon, right? Or is that one silver? Which element could not be used in the spelling of the word clues? Uranium could be, carbon could be, radon could not. How many elements are on the top row of the periodic table? 2. The city of Fen is south of which small body of water? How many cities in Fen Aries are larger than Reddington? Girl, I don't know. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, 3rd largest city. Which of the following realms is not near Fen Aries? Arch Aries is Kararga. Which sigil chord denotes the realm of Arch Aries? What realm is directly north of Araja? Where are you right now as you take this exam? in Mount Holly. We're not in Orinda Aries for sure. I think it's got to be this one. I wouldn't say that the house is in town, but it's close, I guess. Which two pieces of art would be the best paired to depict the letter B? Bale and Ale. Which of the following pieces of art was not displayed in the grade 5 classroom? Oh no. Jungle, probably. I know I've seen these elsewhere in the house. Which of the following pieces of art is not displayed in Mount Holly's entrance hall? I mean, we've seen this piece of art. It's not in the entrance hall. Can you find the difference? What? Isn't it that or one's called Orindia and one's called Orinda, maybe? So it's I. Who was the first crowned ruler of Fen Aries? Of Fen Aries? Tuscan. In which era were the railways of Fen Aries destroyed? Ooh. Destroyed? Unredacted version of the book because I'm a ding dong. Oh my god. All right, let me try and guess where it says that. Well, the war was in the 5th era. Say the 5th era. It's not an option. Okay, third. What happened in the 3rd era? I'm gonna guess it's... How long did the War of the 5th Era last? 22 years. What was the first capital city of Fen Aries? Which realm gifted Fen Ares a dirigible to headway their victory parade at the conclusion of the war? Did Nuance ally? It did ally with Fen Ares. I'm gonna say Nuance. The deciding battle of the War of the Fifth Era was fought on the southern shores near what famous landmark? The Gardens. As the prospect of civil war seemed inevitable, the realm's regiments were hastily recalled from the frontiers to stamp out and put an end to the Fensurrection. However, instead of restoring order, what ensued was a savage and merciless campaign against their own people. The Gardens of Fen, once a center of splendor, were transformed into a battlefield as the cries of the innocent echoed through the city streets, stained in red. I don't know. In the picture, it shows Morning Bay, the pacification of Fen, the Gardens of Fen. I don't see Angel Tower, Colossus Arena, Mount Holly. I'm going this. 36, 21, 16 plus 5 is 21, times 2 is 42, minus 1 is 41, so it's 14. 9 minus 3 is 6. 11. See, this is one I don't know. Let's just answer what we can and we can come back. What is the Eurasian word for house? Hue. What does neviate? Nev means the start of. Yate means gate, new gate. The phrase trivenle can be translated in several different ways. Tri is tree. Ven is old, and la is a lack of me. That old tree is not owned by me. My tree is not very old. I am not an old tree. I cannot see the trunk. LE is a lack of myself, so I think it's this one. How would you say the following phrase in Eurasian? You have a very, very long name. Well, name is Jor, so... How would you tell an Eurasian, count me out? I don't know. Using the provided erosion terms for cardinal directions above, what would be the clearest way you could give direction to someone at point A to get them to point B? Or just in at first north, east, toward tree, south, last, tree away. That seems, I don't know. In ancient Arindia, the number 8 was considered by Algerian scholars to be mathematically near perfect, though many in the secular sphere held that only this advanced form of 8 was worthy of numerical perfection. Eight squared is 64. Which backwards is 46. I'm gonna say that because the answer is 46. Okay. Let me look at my math. So the one line, 21.7, they put 22. So is this like 11 divided by 3? And then as close as you can get to that. 11 divided by 3 is 3.67. And I think we're supposed to round up. So, or I think we might be supposed to be rounding down for that one. And then 5 divided by 2 is 2.5 times 3 is 7.5. And we're supposed to round up to 8. Minus 1 is 7 times 6 is 42, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yeah, and then 42 plus 100 is 142. I don't know what the triple rounding is. To nearest hundreds, maybe? Maybe this is round to nearest hundreds, or nearest single, and the double line is round to nearest 10. And so I think this should have been 4. And I think this is round to nearest tens. So 5 divided by 2 is 2.5 times 3 is 7.5. Rounded to the nearest tens is 10. Minus 1 is 9 times 6 is 36. 136, so I think it's 100. Oh my god. That was so stressful. That literally just had me right back in school. Fuck me. That was horrible. That was horrible. I hated every second of it. No thanks. Didn't like that. Didn't like that one bit. I feel like it's probably way too late in the day for a clock tower. Oh, hello? key. Does this give me a time? You draft an archive floor plan immediately. Sure. I get an extra star. I'll take it. Don't think I won't take it. Ew. Ew. Stop. Leave me alone. I have a sledgehammer. Maybe we grab this, honestly. I like this more for being late in the day. That test. I need to breathe. We might not get up to that room, but we'll see. That was so stressful. God. I feel like I did okay. I could have certainly been less prepared. Well, this is the end of the day, so you know what? Yeah. Isn't this... Yeah, okay, there it is. Anytime. Okay. What do we want to code check? Yep. Just for reading days. I like having it. Let's get back over to the break room, which means down through this way, right? Yeah, through the armory. Kitchen, hall, den, closed exhibit, classroom. Ooh, which classroom? Right. Okay. Wow. I mean, I'm glad I was taking such detailed notes of the history and stuff, but wow. It was still pretty hard. Still pretty tough. Alright, I really want to do the clock tower. I wouldn't be mad about tunneling. We did the vault key and the coat check. We drafted 9 classrooms. Power the laundry room would be silly. Alright. Ooh. B+. We 100% in math. Look at us go. Oh no, we didn't. Is there like achievement for that or something? Ace, the classroom final exam. I am not that concerned with it. Alright, if clock tower comes up, I'm taking it no matter where it comes up. Also, I'm ordering a new clue again. Hee hee. Well, there's the laundry room, but I don't currently have a way to power it if I put it there. Kennel's fun. Let's do the kennel. So I didn't pick an outside room today. Hey, puppy. There's not a diggy hole in here. I see that. I'll take that. Thank you. It's the beginning of the day. An experiment might be good. Letters to the mailroom. Yes. I want letters. And we haven't drafted any shops yet, so. Ayo. What do we got? Yep. 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 Thank you. Oh, dang. I don't have any keys yet. Is this our only... No, it's not our only way up. Yeah. The gems are in the box with a true statement. This is the second statement on this box. Both statements on the black box are false. That is false. The statements containing the word statements are always true. Okay, I think that's true as well. We're in the box with a true statement. This is the second statement on this box. Oh, this is false. So they're in here. Shuffle though. Car keys. Yeah. One plus one is 3 times 3 is 9 minus 5 is 4. Shit. 5 minus 3 is... Oh, no. Oh my god. Okay. 5 times 3 is 15. So we don't... we square along the way as we go. It's not 1 plus 1 plus 1 squared. It's 1 squared is 1 plus 1 is 2 squared is 4 plus 3 or plus 1 is 5 squared 20. Whew, okay. A third of 10? $3.33 times 3 is 10. Squared is 100. Minus 1 is 99. Divided by 11 is 9. Wow. Gross. I just realized something. In a new clue, when it says suspect is minor, suspect is major, suspect is A key. Is A key admin key? Do I need to try Bo Lee on the admin thing? Shit. I mean, cool, I get to turn this on. Alright, well then I'm gonna go try that. If I've got a theory, I gotta go try it. We gotta go out to the foundation anyway, so seems like a perfect time. Actually, let's go open. I didn't do one of these rooms either, so now's the time. Shop room for me. Got dig spots out here. Can you trade me anything for a shovel? Battery pack, coin purse. Gross. I want a shovel, please. Alright, I want to try Bo Lee as an admin key. So it's, I think it would be like that. Okay, I think I've done this. Your name's at Blackbridge. Though very fitting considering we chose an actual cave. Damn. Lieb. Oh my god. Okay. Three new admin keys. Lieb. Prove C. And Hound. The Hound? What is that from the book? The Unholy Hounds? What is Prov C? Admin log, view access restricted to the following. Okay. We are planning something later this year and need to make sure communication on here is not being archived. Are there additional steps we can take to ensure privacy? Already taken care of. We are now bypassing message archiving. Randolph shouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Good. No one else on the estate knows we're here other than Mary, of course, who saw Lee on Tuesday. But Unholy Hound has a plan to take care of her. If it must be done, it must be done. Just see to it that the body is not discovered. The last thing we need is for the Red Guard to be snooping around here. She won't be found. Let's disperse for now. I'll meet you all at the safe house in Reddington in 4 days. Then once the inquiry is over, we'll proceed with our plans for the museum. Are they talking about Mary? No. Yeah, they are. It's a plan to take care of her. Resuming operations. Welcome back, Lee. I've been camping out of the old schoolhouse for the past month, waiting for your return. It's spacious, quiet, and should prove to be an effective base of operations outside of the purview of the staff and the Baron. It didn't look like someone was camping in there. Is there a secret room? We should have an opening on the first day of September. Can we be ready by then? I don't see why not. Negotiations for transportation are in the final stages. If all goes well, we will have air passage to Nuance secured for that date. I think Moore is planning a scheduled maintenance soon, so we should likely wrap things up here. I'd say it's time to scrub these logs. They might fall under some scrutiny in the near future. They're all delisted and deleted. Temporary access to the mainframe. Bo Lee C. Prov. I don't know who C. Prov is. Let me look at my list of names. I have Caleb Manning, I have Hartley. It's not Hartley, sorry. I misspoke. I have Caleb Manning, someone named Christoph, which I think was the driver, and then Clara Epson are the only 3 C names I have. Okay. Randolph, comma, shouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Is that comma miss? No one on the estate knows we're here except for Mary, who saw Lee. But they were planning on taking her to the safe house? Does it change anything logging in as the other ones? So only his works. Okay. Also, I just want to... Her book was published by Sundial Publishing. And that caught my eye because of the sundial. It just in general catches my eye, but like, what do you mean? Ugh, I don't know. I don't know. Time is it? It's just going on 11. Okay. So I still have time to get to the clock tower. Should I want? Special keys. So I have silver. Yeah, let's use them. Yep. Now, I don't have a mailroom today yet. Guess there's still time. Ooh, you know... I'm gonna do this. Because I should get a lot of money. Yeah, we need gems. Well, can't rotate shit if I can't unlock anything. Rotating is not gonna do anything. Ooh. Okay, we read this one. Hi Simon, it's Randolph again. In my last letter I mentioned the terminal network, but it completely slipped my mind to give you the network password. Even with all off-site connections disabled, you should still be able to use the local network to access different house-based functions from any terminal, regardless of where it is located on the estate, which you will likely find very useful. Swan song. Not sure if you paid too much attention to the machine in the booth in the lab, but I figured I could save you some frustration. Central control for power lines. Okay, push 3 up after 9. In case it's useful to you, here's a rough diagram of the steam duct system. Due to the ever-changing nature of the rooms on the estate, we end up building the duct system to be quite flexible, and if you look along the ceiling in many rooms, you'll find many of them have been outfitted with steam ducts. Okay. Let me know if I'm writing to you too much. I've never been too good at gauging where the lines of impropriety is, and for all I know, maybe the help I'm offering you with these letters is unwarranted. Maybe you are perfectly fine without my help. It's been a bit a moral quandary for me as I've written these, as I'm fairly certain your uncle didn't want us to assist you on your quest. Still, if it was that important, I have to believe he'd have the foresight to specifically instruct us not to interfere. Nothing ever deterred him from that level of supervision in the past, and after working alongside him for over a decade, I like to at least imagine that we were friends and that I know him well. In conclusion, I think he would have found the level of help I have offered well within the acceptable range. I haven't spoken too much about him since his departure, and I know you didn't know him that well, but as soon as you're ready, I'm going to have plenty of stories to tell. He was a fearless businessman with the greatest respect for invention. Of all the laboratories I've worked in, I can tell you Mount Holly was a gem, and I'm hoping that we can continue that work once you've taken up the reins. I won't get ahead of myself. You still have to find the 46th room. Bitch, I've already done that. After giving it some thought, I've decided I'm going to continue helping you. I also just had a small chat with the probate lawyer, and he assures me there's nothing in the Baron's instructions that would preclude me from offering you my modest assistance. So let me tell you what I know. About a week before Sinclair died, something rather curious happened. A few lab assistants were called by Mrs. Babbage, the house manager, to remove several floor plans from Sinclair's drafting studio. Typically, all of the unused floor plans are kept there, and I have never heard of them being moved to another location, nor would I presume to guess the reason for such an action. I'm not sure which floor plans were removed or where they were moved to save one, which I was instructed to remove myself. Assuming it was not moved again after I hid it, you should be able to find it in the observatory, hidden within the lens compartment of the telescope they're in. If there was a reason behind the removal of these floor plans from the drafting studio, hopefully this will serve as the first illuminating step. Hot diggity. Okay. Where is that? Up, right, left. The lens compartment. I might need to bring it down. No, that's not what I want. I need to bring it down. Or maybe I can click on it from here? No. Oh, I see, right there. Is that low enough? A planetarium? Yeah. Although I do like my key cards. I do like my key cards quite a bit. We have no keys. I want to go back to the break room. So let's go back out through the foundation. Stop in the trading post. see if we can trade anything for something cooler or we've never seen before, maybe? Rabbit's foot, ivory dye, rabbit's foot, battery pack, coin purse, battery pack, rabbit's foot, or an allowance token. Sure. Up all the way to the parlor, chapel, kitchen, break room. I forget what this crown does. I've already gotten it at least once before, so I'm not too worried about it, but corporate shopping center is right. What do I think I do with those numbers from the train station puzzle? Excuse me. I wonder now that I know that somebody was living in that classroom. If I can do something in that room now, the outer classroom. Give me a clock tower today, please. I would like that. got a good amount of stuff today. The amount of items, I mean. $10 for a key seems crazy, no? Oh, right. If we get the planetarium, we can try and craft that just to look at it for the first time. This is like one of my favorite rooms now because I just get so many goodies. Archive just pisses me off. Don't like it. Free gems, please. Thank you. So many gems. Some lunch brought to me. I really want to get the magnifying glass again. So yeah, I'll come back with it. Some keys in here, maybe? That would be grand. Or a locksmith. Ah, beautiful. Okay. I would still probably like a locksmith. It's a good spot for the rotunda. Let's do it. Boom. Hello, attic, my old friend. Okay, we got keys now. Great. Give me that clock tower. Hold on. Let me dig first. Gosh, so many buried tin cans on the estate. And old shoes. Alright, what time is it? Please tell me. It's like only like 9:15. Let me look up. How fast does time pass in blueprints? 5 minutes of real time equates to an hour in the game. It's like, if we look at so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So yeah, about 40 seconds or so. So if it's like 9:30 now, 5 minutes per hour. So let's try and get back here in about 15 minutes. I'm gonna set a timer, or I'll just do a stopwatch. Alright. Yeah, let's try and get back here for 1:30. I'll probably get paranoid and come back sooner than that. Keys now, boy. Alright. I'm gonna pass on going in there right away. Puppy friends. Hi, puppy friends. Shoesies. Okay, it's 10 o'clock now. It's been 3.5 minutes. Something else I would like to do is get the pool. And sure. I want to get the pool and I want to get the locker room and a bunch of keys and unlock all the shit in there. digs deeper. Hey! We haven't seen our buddy in a long time. Hey, bud.
As it was foretold, I am awakened for one last time by the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara, and I suspect you wish me to impart to you one final vision. Cavern walls of stone, a hollow lit by a sea of 1,000 burning stars. I see a treasure buried beneath the cliff rocks, a black mirror hidden among the memories of the falling sands, and within the black mirror, I see a figure standing in sullen snow.
So, like, erosion snow?
All of what I have told you, my young baron, I wish you to now know. Until we meet again some distant day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. Thanks. We need to head back to the clock tower. Nope, not through there. I'm not going the right way at all. Not even a little bit. I was thinking it was up by the library. I need to go Rotunda to Cloister. Alright, it's 1 o'clock. No. No. God damn it. The backwards clock gets me every time. It's 11 o'clock. scared to leave, though. Any exploration is... it's just gonna take me a bit to get back here, so unfortunately, I think we're chilling. I'll probably edit this bit for you guys, just so you know. All right, here we go. Things are happening. It's almost 1:30. I feel like I need to be ready for something. Ready for what? I don't know. I'm kind of worried that the door is going to open up down here. Ah, okay, thank God. I fucking knew it was gonna be down there. I knew it. Alright. What? Each of these clocks should be set to a different time. Alright, hold on. I have to take notes for this. Okay. Each of these clocks should be set to a different time. And that's a blue memo, so I'm assuming it's true. 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. Okay. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. This one's red. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. Okay, so 1, maybe 2 of those numbers are going to be 7. This clock should not be set on the hour. So it's not... should not be set on the hour. So this one probably is set on at 7. Okay. Because we know it has to have a 7 in it, and it should be set to on the hour. Okay, resume. Alright, what do we got here? Blue. None of these clocks should be set to times that contain the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. That's true. Okay. This clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock here, but in reverse order. Okay. And then this one is red handwritten, so true. The clocks are positioned so that their times will go up in ascending order. So if that one's set to 7, these are all going to be less than 7. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. So set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. So it should have all the same number. Both be set to a time containing a 7, but it can't be 777. So maybe it's like also set to 7? Because it can't be more than 7 o'clock. To a time containing all different numbers. So it doesn't necessarily have to be all the same numbers, but there can be a repeat number. One of them has to be a 7. So I think it needs to end in 07. But we don't know what time yet. What hour yet. Okay. Can't be after 7 o'clock though, so it has to be something 07. Okay. 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. Okay, each of these clocks should be set to a different time. None of these clocks should be set to times that contain 1, 2, 3, or 4. So this one has to be set to 5 or 6:07. I'm gonna guess 5:07. Excuse me. This clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock, but in reverse order. Time goes up in ascending order. But 5 of them are on the hour. So if that one's set to 7 and this one's at the earliest, gotta be 5:07. It can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4:07. Then the latest that this one can be is 5 o'clock. Can't be 4:59 or sooner. I guess it could be like, oh, like before 1 o'clock, between midnight and 1 o'clock. But it makes me think this one needs to be set at 6:07 and then 7. This one will be between 6 and 7. None of these clocks should be set to times. This clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock here, but in reverse order. So also none of them can be past 10 o'clock. Because then we would have a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. This one could potentially also be 9:59. This one would have to be between 9:59 and 7. So why don't we try 8 o'clock? Damn it. So we've got 9:59, 9:59, 8, 7. I think this one's... can't do 0, 0, so we say this is 5. We say this is 6. This is 607. So this has to be between 607 and 7. So then we have 1, 2, wait, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can they have... Each of these clocks should be set to a different time. 5 of them should be set to a time ending on the hour. So we have 5, 6, 607. This clock's neighbors should both be set to a time containing a 7. So this one... So how many do we have set on the hour? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then one of these. So I think this one needs to be set at maybe... It's gonna be this one and this one that match, I think. So I think this one needs to be on the hour. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 607. So this one and this one need to match. And this needs to be between, it needs to be between 8 and 9. So, and this one needs to be between 6 and 7. So it needs to be 6. And 7. And the last digit of this one is going to be 6. But it could be like 806 maybe? So maybe between 8 and 9. And this one could be 608. Does that work? 5, 6, 607, 608, 7, 8, 806, 9. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are set to... So let's just... Each of these clocks should be set to a different time. Correct. Each of these... 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. Yes. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. That's a problem. to have a 7 in it. I need paper for this one, I think. Like an actual pen and paper. I don't usually have to crack that out for this game. How many clocks are there total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Five of them have to be set on the hour, and then none of them can contain 1, 2, 3, or 4. So the five that are on the hours have to be set at 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9. So we have to have a 5 o'clock. We have to have a 6 o'clock, a 7, an 8, and a 9. Okay. Number 4's neighbors both have a 7. So this one has a 7. And this one has a 7. This one has to be all at least one repeating number. One repeat. But the repeat number can't be 7. I don't think. Each of these clocks should be set to a different time. This clock should not be set on the hour. So this clock should be set on the hour, which means this one is 7 o'clock. I'm pretty confident of that. Which does mean that the previous one could be at, it could be 5:57, couldn't it? So if that one is 7 o'clock on the right, so it has to be a 7 in the last slot. None of them contain 1, 2, 3, or 4, so it can't be 17, 27, 37, or 47. It has to be 07 or 57. Clocks are positioned so their times go up in ascending order. So of the 3 over here, 2 of these have to be 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock. The middle clock has to be set to a time that contains the 3 numbers of another clock, but in reverse order. So if that one was set at like 8 o'clock, okay, so the middle clock, so it has to be between 8 and 9. This one has to be 9 o'clock. This one has to be 8 o'clock. This one has to be between 8 and 9. And it has to be so if this is 5 o'clock over here somewhere, if we put 6 o'clock there, it could be 5:57 or 5:07. But then that one has to be 8. First digit of this one has to be 8. First digit of this clock has to be 8. 5:57. I think this one has to be 57. I think it has to be 5:57. Can't be 67. And there has to be at least one number that repeats. And 7 can't repeat. And it can't be 66. So I think it has to be 5:57. Which means that 6 o'clock has to be next to it. Here. Yeah. 5 o'clock has to be here, and this has to be between 5 and 5:57. It has to end in an 8. It can't be 5:18, 5:28, 5:38, 5:48. Can't be 5:58. So it has to be 5:08 and 8:05. Alright, I think I've got it now. So we should have 5 o'clock, 5:08. $5:57, 6, 7, 8, 8:05, and 9. Hey! That is, I think, my all-time favorite kind of puzzle. I love an Einstein logic zebra puzzle. It is my fucking jam. Okay. What other so we need to go down to the sanctum, which we can do on the way out of here. But is there any other... I can't power the laundry room today. I already have a library today, but I don't have the freaking magnifying glass. I would love to get the magnifying glass. That is what I would love. We need to be back into the foundation. The question I have is, do we know enough about Korerica to potentially solve that sigil? I don't know even what flag. Color they have. So which ones have we not solved? I've done this one. That one was Carrerica, right? Is this one Nuance? Don't know a ton about Nuance. They allied with Fenris during the war. They used air travel. They likely have green. Banners. It's probably windy there since they use air travel. That might be enough. Might be enough. Let's see. So, first things first. Transportation. Aviation is... sorry. We're gonna go windy. Leave windy are the curved ones. Like that. Aviation. Looks like that. And then green banners. I don't know what moat they would probably want. So we just need the green lines. So we've used that one. We've used that one. Used that one. Have we used that one? Yeah, we have. So I don't think we've used the stars or the 3 dots in the oval. Windy is just a hunch. I don't know that for sure. But I want to stick with windy for now. Okay, so it could just be that the core is wrong, or it could like be that I just don't have the information I need. If I wanted to try a different core though, let me do my due diligence here. What do these mean? Tribal versus agricultural. Maybe it's industrial. They're flying like inventions, dirigibles and shit. Alright, let me try and create the partial sigil I have here that I haven't used yet. This is for heat, which also doesn't seem right to me. We don't have the fun music right now. Oops. Okay. I think let me try that on this one. Okay, I'll try this one. Roads first. kind of think, if I had to guess what Mora High is, though, I think it's like deserts and camels and stuff, right? So maybe they were on horse or camelback? No? What was this one? Like, turtle travel? Hey, yeah, for turtle travel! Hell yeah! Turtle, look at the... Oh my god. Look at him. Look at the boy! Despite my prejudice against Mother Nature, I own that I have deeply loved my time here at Vera. The memories of the youthful trip I took here with my brother have been relentless, and as I have gotten older, I find less and less occasion to recollect on such trivial pleasures. One thing I do remember vividly, which has not lost a single speck of charm, are the famous turtles. Each visitor of Vera, upon arriving, is lent one of these hardshell friends for the duration of their stay to serve as both steed, guide, and companion. I am still under the spell of island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was on Mora High. Okay, so this is not Mora High. This is Moravan Vera. So this is Vera. It's just its own thing. So this one is Mora High. The other one, door number... either door number 8 or door number 6. Fuck, do I remember what pink does? Mora High boxes were never as popular in Vera as in other realms. Pink tiles were eventually introduced based on the Veran people's devout respect of the sacred circle. When these tiles are pressed, all adjacent and diagonal tiles rotate around the pressed tile. Right, okay. And we want them pink. Got it. And gray doesn't do anything? Uh-oh. What? Okay. So this one... does orange... I know it, whatever the majority is, but does it include diagonals? If the majority of the adjacent tiles share a color, then the press tile will change to that color. Okay, so it turned gray. Yeah. All right, so this one was solved. Number 7 is solved. 6 is still a mystery. Don't know what 6 is. This one is solved. And I think all of these are solved. So 6 and 8 are the last two. And I don't think 8 will open unless I get 6. So we gotta lock in. All right. So what do we know about Mora High? This is either Mora High or Nuance. Mora High was shipping routes and Nuance and with like fruit trees. So maybe that was like agricultural. So the stars is tribal. But agricultural is this one. So let's try and make it for Mora High and what we know about it. So it's probably going to be heat. I think this should be this. And we've used black, violet. We haven't used green. I don't think it's going to be green. I think it's going to be white. Because we've used black, violet, green. No, black, violet, orange, red, pink, and yellow. So it's going to be white or green. So maybe we need to change this, and we'll try it all with white, and then we'll try it all with green. We started on trying out horseback. I don't think it's going to be turtle travel. Roads. Okay, so I think maybe the last one is Mora High. So I think this one is Nuance, which is probably going to be probably not tribal. I don't know what moat it would be, but I really do think Nuance is green. So I think this one is going to have the stripy lines. Maybe it just has normal ass weather. What was aviation again? This one. Oh, but I don't think those are the moats. Okay, so we try different weather. Wait, hold on. We want green borders. Okay, new weather. Green borders. I don't think it's going to be stormy, but Man, I just don't know. What's even the last... What's the last place? There's Arch Ares, Orinda Ares. So if we started with Orinda Ares, then we did Fen Ares, then we did Arch Ares, then we did Araja. Then there's Nuance, Hererica, Vera, and Morahai. So it's Morahai and Nuance that are left. And I just don't know. Morahai was shipping routes. And fruit trees. And heat. But I don't know if this is the right core symbol for Morahai. You know? You know, on the map, Morahai is kind of shaped like the little rainbow shape. So I think it would be agricultural, which are the dots, and then they used, it was heat. Isn't Morahai super hot? They used shipping. And I think they have white. Snow doesn't make any sense. Oops. No, it would have to be shipping place. Thank you. Windy weather, maybe? And white banners? Damn it, I'm so used to moving this one. So I need to move 2 and 4 right now. Normal weather? White banners? I guess if they were agricultural, maybe rainy? Or just just very... Ah! Ha, ha! After a short sea voyage, we arrived on the main island of Morahai last night in good spirits. People here are belligerent in their politeness, and after spending a full day among the Gyri, I am just as afraid of eating another dish as I am of rejecting their offers. I may try to sneak away tomorrow and spend some time alone with my books, as I have noticed that each realm I have visited has one thing in common. They each have been short on solitude. So he still had his books here. Mora High boxes were a popular fad in the 30s among both the peerage and common crowds. These small mechanical puzzle boxes originated on the island Mora High as a children's game, but quickly gained popularity among seafarers who valued the compact boxes as both lockbox and entertainment on long voyages. Over time, the boxes spread from port to port and eventually found their way into the homes and hearts of every realm. A traditional Mora High box is distinguished by a lid featuring a 3x3 grid of white and gray tiles. Each white tile can be pressed like a button, which will change the color of that tile and the surrounding squares. The goal of each box is to find a way to make all 4 corner tiles into white squares. These simple rules evolved as the game spread across the world. Regional variations introduced new colors and mechanics, offering greater challenges and local flavor. While the fat may have ended, Mora High boxes still make for a memorable gift for puzzle enthusiasts. Yellow always wants to move up. Damn. Each white tile can be pressed, which will change the color of that tile and the surrounding squares. Okay. Final product. And I don't think I took a picture of this one. Okay, I think I have photos of them all now. So the question is, will the 8th door open? I don't know. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So yeah, will this 8th door open? No? Is it possible for me to get in there today? Potentially, I use the Great Hall lever. Yes. Okay. I want to see if I can solve the realms puzzle. Alright, I don't need to go to the outer rooms, so I can just come back up. Oops. From the basement. I don't want to go up through the foundation because I need to get the actual Great Hall and open the doors in order to get that lever. Or the mechanarium. How many mech rooms do I have? One. Just one. 2. Workshop and boiler room. So potentially, depending on where I drafted it, I could get the mechanarium one. Fuck. All right, 20 minus. So we're looking at like 19.66. And we round that to the nearest ones place. So that would be 20. 11. Oh my god. Ah. All right. 11 divided by 5 is 2.2. So, and then 18. So this will just be 20. This would be 10. 10 times 10 is 100 minus 20 minus 3, 77. Still 100 divided by 5 is 20. 10 times 11 is 110 divided by 20 is 5.5 to the nearest hundredth. I didn't do that right. 10 times 11 is 110. It's just 5. Got it. Oh, secret garden. I can't use that today. I mean, I could make the room, but I can't get in through either of the side doors today. All right, we need the Great Hall. Or the mechanarium, which I've got 3 mech rooms now. Hello. All right. So we can go in through the bottom of the antechamber. I say we go do that, honestly. Hmm. Damn. Got rid of my jackhammer. So can I just tunnel under the locksmith? Is that something I can do? I don't have dicky stuff. No, it does like dead end. Okay. Interesting. How many steps? If I were to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 to the library, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I think I can get there. So, pump room, corridor, entrance hall. Okay. Rumpus workshop, pool, boiler, passage. From here, kennel, foundation, courtyard, veranda, library. Courtyard, veranda, library. I feel like this one hasn't really given me anything. Hello? Oh my god. Fuck's sake. How didn't I notice this? Shit. Okay. We got words. So do I have to put these words in some sort of order? 4 and 9. 10. What if I were to take an up close picture of this? He had looked high and low, 8 in 12, all. Oh, it's really hard to read. He had looked high and low in all. Of the rooms. He had searched every corner in each of the tombs. in this particular case, he had checked, oh my god, every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Oh my god. Do they all have numbers? No. All he needed was to find a new clue. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely tell you, for you are looking for a new clue too. He had retraced his sketches and studied the files, reviewed all his cases and gone through the piles of the evidence present and precedents evident, and retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. He had looked high and low in all of the rooms. He had searched every corner in each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. All right. I'm going to write this out in my notes. He had looked high and low 8. In all of the rooms. All right, hold on. Let me look at the up close notes. So it's 8, 12 next to in, 1 next to all, and then rooms, he has 5 and 14 next to that. And then the next line, he had searched every corner 3 in each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Low in all rooms, corner the case, had checked, found a clue. What? I don't know what that means. He had looked high and low, 8 in 12, all one of the rooms. He had searched every corner in each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. What in the hell? So what if we put all of that in order? So all checked corner case rooms had a, oh my god, low case, where's the 10 clue, found in the rooms. All checked corner case rooms had a low case clue found in the rooms. So patio, nook, office, pantry. All checked corner case rooms had a low case clue found in the rooms. What do these have? The patio has the dig spot. I don't know what the nook has. Office and pantry. All right. Look into patio, nook, office, pantry for low case clues. I don't know what that means. See, Bridget is, I think this is her, and she went shopping for fruit, for 5 of each fruit. And that note is in the pantry. I just don't know what I'm missing about it. Changed all the letters in the lines that he found. Checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting, which I still don't get, and found that the diction of each word was sound. I don't know. I need to wrap up this day, though. All right. I unfortunately just like don't have time. I have to wrap things up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Down to the courtyard, over to the rotunda, up through the antechamber. Did I get my levers mixed up? Is this the greenhouse lever? Oopsie. I did do that. Shit. Shit! Okay. we're just gonna call it a day. I have to end there though, guys. I am so sorry. But I will record as soon as I can. I hope you enjoy. See you next time. Goodbye.